Hello, and welcome to the year 304 BCE, at the start or the founding of Rome. Now, keep in mind that the history of all these countries or provinces is not always totally accurate because, of course, in this timeline we didn't have as much information as we have now or in the early high Middle Ages. So take everything when it comes to provinces with a grain of salt. The religions are quite good portrayed, but let's have a look. The main players here are of course Rome. Then we have Carthage, the Seleucid Empire. I always thought it was Seleucid, but I guess it's Seleucid. Phrygia, Armenia, Egypt. So these are the leftovers of Alexander the Great, Parthia. And here is India, of course. Now, let's start with the north. And as you can see, not everything was highly populated or colonized over here. In England you had some tribes, I guess. When we look at the political map mode or culture map mode, you will see there's Gaelic culture. When we look at the British Isles, England and today's Scotland, it is Brittany culture, the Brittany culture group. And we will take a look at the rest later, but you also have the government type mode, which is a settled tribe, and most of Europe were settled tribes. As you can see, this is all uncolonized or unknown. We didn't know what happened in this era. 1 October 304 BCE. Well, Rome was an aristocratic republic. Same goes for Etruria. And here we have some autocratic monarchies. Maria also autocratic monarchy, settled tribe. And here in the Arabian Peninsula we have a democratic republic, which is crazy to see. And sometimes I also wonder, how do they know what was here at that time? Because Rome was just a small piece of land trying to fight its neighbors in what would become the greatest empire in Europe ever. We were here in England. We have Icenia, Trinovatia, Candiatia, Dumnonia. These are all names that I've never heard of before. Here we even have impassable terrain. So even this island wasn't colonized, or this one. And there's no site of Iceland or anything except for India and the Middle East and Europe. The Scandinavian countries or tribes were, for my knowledge, also very unknown. I've never heard of them. What is today's Denmark, northern Germany, Poland, and Sweden, and a piece of Denmark. Of course, there probably were people further north, but is just information that we or the game developers had. What I do see here and what I talked about in one of my videos is Frisia, and that is Eastern Frisia, and in the Netherlands we also have Frisia, but it's called Friesland, and this is such an ancient tribe or people that I am in awe when I look at how long it exists. It's a province, and the ruler is like called Malactus, but I'm not sure that all these names are real. Hildrand, Eidgit, and I once played as these guys, I think, but it was a long time ago. So you have the culture map mode. So these are the group is Germanic, so you have to look at a culture group, not the dominant culture. Here we have Veneti, Dacian, Illyrian, like these former Yugoslavian lands were Illyrian. Then we have Gaelic that goes all the way through southern Germany, Belgium, today's France, and Italy, and it goes all the way here to like modern day, I think, Bulgaria, right, or Macedonia. We have the Italic cultures. Man is also, what is this? Also Italic. Okay, crazy. Well, actually not, because this is Italy, but I think this over here is current day Austria. But I think there was a dispute with Austria or something. I'm not sure. We have Iberian, Celt Iberian. Then we have Levantine, pre-Indo-European. What? Oh my god, that's so old. Numidian. Here we have Hellenistic. Yes, here also Hellenistic. And even here, like the Byzantine Empire and the Greeks always had colonies and lands in Italy, especially here in the boots, at the lower boot part, because Italy looks like a leg who has like a boot or something with high heels on. Can you see it? But they also had a colony over here, I think. These were also Hellenic, yes, Hellenic, and here and here. Then we have Scythian. We have Persian culture. And these are the remains of the Persian. Well, the culture that is here are the remains of the Persian Empire that was here before Alexander of Macedon took over the whole empire and died in Baghdad, after which the commanders inherited the lands from Alexander the Great. Here we have modern day France, and the only name, I mean, I did hear of the Picts, but I don't know if that's Pictonia, what they mean by it. We have Parisia over here. Ruler Iacus Isius. So I don't know. I think that these Votenos Mandonus, I don't believe that like these tribes over here, these Gaelic tribes had Roman names, so I think this is more made up than like the later ages that I talk about in Europa Universalis 4 or Crusader Kings. Here we have the Iberian Peninsula, and this is so divided. I'm not sure if this really was the case, so I'm not gonna talk too much about it. What I do know is that the Carthage did have lands here, like here and here. And is this also, no, this is not Carthage, this is also not. Well, let's go to the Italian peninsula. Here we have Veneto, which is Venice in this case. Istra, which was formerly Italian but now is part of Croatia. And there's a very nice big, oh my god, what are these things called? Colosseum, yes. Why did I forget that? Like in our time, the Colosseum still stands, and as far as I know, it is one of the best preserved Colosseums in Europe, or yeah, where else? Here we have my boy. We have boy. I don't know these other names, except for Massilia. Other names we have is Umbria, which is familiar. Byzantia, I didn't really heard about them. Of course, Etruria, which are the, let me see, I think they are Elbio Fultureno. I think these are correctly depicted. They're Italic, Hellenic, and what was their name? Tuscia. Eurasians. I think they are one of the powers in the Italian lands that almost, I think in some cases also was stronger than Rome itself. And while we are here we got Rome, the start of their expansion. They have a 7 marshal, okay. And we have the ruler Publius Cornelius Sophus. And here it was Elbio Vultureno. And basically, yeah, the location was pretty nice from Rome. Like, Rome is such a nice defendable, such a nice defendable land, because you are basically defended from the coast. And once you take over, for example, the whole boat, the only way is up. So you go to the north, and it's not too large to be taken over. And from there you can expand to France, Iberia, Spain. But I think before they did all of that, when they were a decent size, they went to war with Carthage, which was for a long time a lot stronger than Rome. As you can see, all the lands that they hold here, and the island of Sardinia, and a piece of Sicily. They were very strong. Here we have Mauritania, and Mauritania sounds very familiar. Massilia, never heard of it. Tripolitania, which is familiar. Tripoli, Emporia, Musulamia, sorry. Here we have the Illyrian tribes, which, oh, I am sorry. I think I started the game, and the game went on. I didn't go in observer mode because you would see all the armies, and I just don't like it. I rather But yeah, Dalmatia, its current day name is Dalmatia, and that is familiar. All the other names, Kataria, Kotinia. I don't know a name in Croatian named Kutina, but not Kotinia. Istria is Istra, its name today. When we go further to the south, Dardania, Paeonia. Here we have Taulantia, Epirus, which existed for a very, very, very long time. Epirus. I think Epirus also attacked Macedon together with Rome, but I'm not sure. So Epirus was here even, what is it, like 1100 years later in the medieval age. So it was sometimes conquered by Byzantium and other times it wasn't. Here we have Macedon, the good old Macedon. That was a very strong nation. Hellenic Greeks. But they had hoplites or hoplites. Their regional power. And here we have Cassandros first Antipatrid. But basically in the time of Rome, when Rome was a bit larger, there was something like Macedon wanted to attack or expand, and I think in Thrace or Phrygia, but basically Thrace or Phrygia allied with Rome, and Rome said like, yeah, you're not, we're not gonna do this. So they attacked Macedon. Over here we have all the smaller states, like Eritrea. We have the famous Sparta, but in this time they were not strong as they were before. Arius, first Akyat, and other small Greek states. Even Crete wasn't one thing, but all different nations. Here we have Ionia, Aleolia, but what I wanted to say is that Syracuse, let me see, here, Syracuse, or Syracusae was also a famous Italian or Roman tribe in this era. Brutia, not familiar with them. Apulia, I think this place is still named Apulia, where we had the Byzantine Empire, the capital Constantinople. We have a place called Byzantion, which is crazy to see how names came to existence. We have Scythia, the Scythians, which sounds familiar. I think Scythia is also a nation you can select in Civilization 6, but I'm not sure. We have the Bosporan Kingdom, Legia, Sarmatia, Iberia, which is pretty crazy because the Iberian Peninsula is this, and here it's called Iberia. What is also unique, if you ask me, is this place, Albania, because there is an Albania in our current day, and it's over here, called Albania. We have Cappadocia, Pontus, Atropatene, or Atropatene, Parnia, Sakia, Charismia. We have Parthia, Bactria, which is also was a strong nation, pretty strong nation. Well, we don't have a lot of information, but here we have Tsang, Kamaropa, and yeah, basically India divided, but the north always looked a bit more united than the south. South always had like a lot of different states or nations most of the time. This used to be Bengal, I mean not used to be, but later on would become Bengal, but it's now Samatata, nice name. We have Makkah, Hadramut, Kataba, Seleucid Empire, which was pretty large, all of Persia and almost all of Iraq, and even into modern-day Turkey. Atropatene, Armenia. Armenia is such an old nation, crazy. Phrygia, of course, also very strong, modern-day Syria and Turkey, and I think also a piece of Iraq. Here we had Judea, Samaria, okay, so Sumerians and Judeans, and as you will see in the religion map mode, they were of course also Jewish. There you have Egypt, Lehian, Tahmud. For some reason I couldn't find like Mecca and Medina. I don't know if that existed in those times or not. Okay, mercantile stance. We have Blemia, and we have gosh, something that isn't a country anymore, but something else, if you get what I say, if you catch my drift. Alut, Boras, Aksum, Quanaria, Avalitia, and yeah, and that's what I say, that the world became larger because this used to be the known world. No Australia, no America, probably no Asia, at least not China and Japan. Nothing below the Sahara Desert. And that's crazy. So yeah, let's take a look at the culture map mode. We already looked at the culture map mode, religion map mode. So yeah, basically all of the British Isles are Druidic, all of France, like 55 or 60% of Spain, I mean Iberia, France, southern Germany, northern Italy, and a bit in the Eastern European regions. Here they were Tuistic. Okay, never heard of Tuistic. Salmoxian. I'm not sure in what the Salmoxians believed. Is there a way I can see that? Salmoxian, I cannot see what it stands for. Maybe you know it, but I've never heard of the Salmoxian religion. Then we have the Hellenic religion that went from, basically Greece, the outer borders of Turkey, Crimea, all the way to Italy, a little bit in North Africa. Here we had Iberic religion. We had megalithic religion, megaliths. Where does that sound familiar from? Megalith, I think they believed in giants or something like that. I mean, it sounds something like it would. Then we have the Canaanite religion. In Egypt they have Kemetic. In the Arabian Peninsula they have Arabic. Oh my, they have a lot of Jewish provinces in the Arabian Peninsula, but the most is located over here, where you have Jerusalem, Hebron, and Jewish religion, Canaanite religion. Oh, that's where Canaanite is from. I didn't know it was all the way here in Carthage, but the Canaanites, I think they are also mentioned in the Bible. We have Cybele or Sibylline, Chaldic, Armasic, Zoroastrian. Oh my god, look at this. Basically before Islam took over everything here, it was the Zoroastrian religion. And what do we have here? I don't know what this is. Oh, Hellenic. Now I understand. Hellenics are basically like Greeks, mostly Greeks. And the reason why you see Hellenic religion over here is because of Alexander the Great, who conquered all the way here and Hellenized some areas, I guess. Here we have heptatic, ritualistic, Hindu. Oh my. Like basically the whole of India was Hindu, as far as we know it, and a very familiar religion, Bon, which last time I checked was a pretty democratic religion. What a government type. Okay, so these are settled tribes and oligarchic republics. Population, like Italy, parts of North Africa were most populated. Like here, there isn't as much people. Egypt. India was very populated. Like here in current day. I always forget the name of the nation that used to be part of the USSR region. Okay, well this is not as interesting. And these are the regions, and this is the map of the world as we know it in the year 301 BCE. I will be continuing this series. I should have made this series starting with this video, the Roman Age, because the games I look at it, this is the oldest age it goes back to without mods. But hey, I made it now, and from here I will continue on making other videos going all the way up to our current modern day. So, once again, I hope you liked the video, I hope you enjoyed the video, and have a good day, and have a good life. See you next time. Welcome to the early Middle Ages that started with the fall of the Western Roman Empire. We are in the year 769, and we will take a look at how the known world looked like. Let's start with England, or at least what were the different kingdoms. As you may know, this is a couple of decades before the Vikings started invading England. Here at the north, we can see what is now Scotland with the name Pictland, and it had a king, King Sinead of Pictland. Then you had Dalriata. As you can see here, the Irish nation as we know it today wasn't formed yet, and were all separate kings and dukes and counties or chiefdoms. Before we go to a very interesting part, you can see here that current day Iceland was already, well, not colonized is not the right word, but they had a bishopric. And if you know the series Vikings, you will know that Floki thought that he found new lands without any people, or at least lands in which people never stepped foot on, and then he found out that there was a Catholic population, or at least people who were there. And fair to say, as a Viking, he got very mad because he didn't really like the Catholic religion or the Christians. A very popular area in the series Vikings, of course, is the current day land of England, where we had the, well, decently sized kingdom of Northumbria, with King Eored of Northumbria on the throne. We had the kingdom of Mercia, with King Offa of Mercia on the throne, and the kingdom of Wessex, with King Cenewulf of Wessex, and of course with their heirs and wives, and they were all Catholic Christian. Here we have the kingdom of Cornwall, which I don't remember hearing about much in the series Vikings, but I do know that Cornwall has a big history. We have like earls of Sussex and Surrey. We have the kingdom of Kent, King Egbert, and what is funny, all these places which were kingdoms in that time are now just cities that are part of a larger kingdom. Here we have the kingdom of Essex with King Sigric of Essex, and over here we have King Aethelred of East Anglia. Let's not forget Wales, which was not a kingdom. This is current day part of England as far as I know, and here is Wales. And these were all like kingdoms. So King Caradog of Gwynedd. Here we have King Brockvale of Powys, and so on. So yeah, here there will be a lot of fighting in the next decades, because not only did the Vikings invade, but there was also internal fighting, one against the other. Let's go a bit to the south. The kingdoms of West and Middle Francia. These two were brothers. So you had King Karl of West Francia of the Karling dynasty, and you had King Carloman of Middle Francia of the same dynasty. If we take a look at the dynasty map mode, if I can find it, empire dynasties, you can see that dynasty-wise it's a big chunk of land that the same family held, and this was basically all conquered, including Italy, by either Pepin, I think their father, Pepin Carling, or let me see, empire history. Okay, so I see that Pepin had it, but I'm not sure if it was him that conquered all of it. But then again, the borders were really weird over here, if you can see. Like, for example, if Middle Francia attacked for some reason West Francia, and they attacked here and took over this land, the kingdom would be literally split in half, and you would need boats to support the armies. But they probably wouldn't attack each other, or would, I'm not sure. Here we have the small, like, chiefdoms, I guess, or counties that would later become Brittany, and in our current day would just become France as we know it. Over here we have Saxony, and the history of the Frankish kingdoms and Saxony is big and brutal, because when we look at the religious map mode, in these times we had the Catholics, the Orthodox, but as you can see in Europe there were a lot of what we would call pagan religions. So you had Germanic religion and Slavic pagan religion. It is very unique to see that there was also the Tengri religion in current day Romania and Hungary. Here you had Romuva, but basically the Catholics basically disliked everything that wasn't Catholic, so the heathens were taken care of, and a couple of 100 years later everything here was Catholic. Before we go further to the east, let's take a look at one of the popular areas, and that is the Iberian Peninsula, where we had the famous Muslim, I think it was a caliphate or a sultanate, the Umayyad. Current day Portugal and Spain were for a couple of 100 years ruled by Muslims, and the last beacon of hope for the Catholics in the Iberian Peninsula was Asturias, from where the Reconquista started, going all the way down and basically kicking the Umayyad out of the Iberian Peninsula. And let me see, as you can see, the religion map mode. So here were Muslims in these lands where you see the stripes. That means that the people, the large majority or the county itself is Catholic, but the green stripes indicate that they are ruled by Muslims. And same goes for these parts over here and here and a lot of other parts of the world. As you can see here, they are Zoroastrian, which is an old religion, but they are ruled by Muslims. When Barcelona, Cordoba, Granada. From the Reconquista, the kingdoms of Leon, Castile, Navarra, and Portugal formed, as far as I know. Portugal became a kingdom of itself, and the kingdoms of Leon and Castile, and I think Navarra or Aragon, were all ruled by the same dynasty, but were separate kingdoms. Eventually, by fighting and inheritance, it became one kingdom years later down the line, and the kingdom was called Castile. So you had Castile that would take a large chunk of land, and you would have Aragon, the kingdom of Aragon, which is a pretty cool name. It sounds like a name out of what's it called? Like either Game of Thrones or Lord of the Rings, you know, Aragon. And Aragon would hold these lands like Valencia and Barcelona and stuff like that. So yeah, that would be the Reconquista that started, and it would take a very long time before they would take over everything or take everything back, because Granada, which you see over here, would still exist 700 years later. So, yeah. While we're here, let's check Africa. These are all unknown names and places, which were probably like either Arabs or Berber tribes. In Africa, we have the African religion. You have the Ibadi, what is this? Karajit. But these are basically all Muslims, except for the Mahavasite religion, which I don't know which religion that is. It looks like it's a Christian religion, which was pretty large here in the sort of Armenian region and the Egyptian region. What is also very unique and crazy, I actually played a campaign as them, is that here was the only Jewish, like, king Phineas of Semyon. And it's very unique to see that over here and nowhere else on the map. And I played a campaign as them, and basically you have an achievement in which you take over everything, and also these lands over here. So that is very unique. Let's go back to Europe. Here we have current day Italy, which consisted of the papacy, which held some lands. It consisted of the Byzantine Empire, having some islands, and Sicily and Sardinia. You had Duke Urgis of Benevento, who was Catholic, and you had the Lombards, which were not very popular, but they held a large amount of current day Italy. A little bit to the north, we have what is now a province in Germany, but was its own kingdom, and that is the Kingdom of Bavaria, which was located in an area from where everyone could attack, but I guess they were decently strong with King Tassilo of Bavaria. You had High Chief, who was tribal, so I guess they were tribal but Catholic Christian, so they got converted or accepted the faith itself. You had current-day Czechia, which had the name Bohemia for hundreds of years. And they were Slavic, pagan, and tribal. High Chief Nezamisl of Bohemia, Moravia, Silesia, Nisani, Sorbia, Obotritia, Dinin, Pomerania. I think there's a dog breed that comes from Pomerania, and they're basically called Pomeranians, but correct me if I'm wrong. A very popular name or a known name is Poland, and this was the chiefdom with High Chief Topislav of Greater Poland on its throne. You had Masovia, and let me see, let's go to the Scandinavians. As you can see, names as Finland, Norway, Denmark and Sweden didn't exist in this age. The largest forces or spots of land were Shealand, which were Germanic pagan, with King Haraldr on the throne, and Svipjot. The Danish border is almost the same as it is in our current day, except for I think that I'm not sure if this piece here is Germany or Denmark, but this is Sweden in our timeline, and this here is Norway. So yeah, as you can see, there was a lot of fighting between each other before before the nations were formed. So imagine years later they fought each other and they went to attack and basically colonize the British Isles. The Sapmi sounds familiar, but for the rest, and the Suomi, I think the Suomi are also in the Viking series. But for the rest, I don't see any familiar names. When we go down a bit, these are all places that I'm not familiar with, except for, of course, Kiev. But here you have Estonia, which is basically still Estonia. You have Livonia, which would later become the Livonian Order of Catholics. They would convert everything to Catholic, which is here Romuva and Somenusko. And over here you have Lithuania, which would also years later become a very large piece of land. Now, to another very interesting piece of land. Here you have Avaria, Nitra, and this is, let me see, Berek. Well, no, this is Uzhgorod. And they were Tengri. The crazy thing is that in Croatia we call Hungarians Magyari. And as you can see over here, Magyar. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as I've learned is that the Magyar tribes conquered all the way to Hungary over these large mountains and settled down here. They like the lands so much because you basically have a natural defense of these mountains. Maybe I can look if you can see the difference in height. So being attacked from here is very hard, even though they did it themselves or they went from here or here, I'm not sure. But basically the Magyars, or current day Hungarians, were not Slavic. they conquered these lands, settled down. Instead of being tribal, they became feudal and a kingdom and became Catholic. So the history is very interesting and long. Over here, we have, in the area of what is current-day Croatia, we have Slavonia, which is basically still named Slavonia in our age, but it's a province. We have the High Chief Budimir of Croatia, and they were still Slavic pagan in this age. And these colors are very familiar with the checkered, like sort of, I don't know, symbol with white and red. And the other lands were owned by the Byzantine Empire, as you can see. We had the Kingdom of Serbia with King Vojislav of Serbia on its throne, which were also Slavic pagans. We had the Bulgarians, which were not Slavic pagans but Tengri pagans, and they were feudal and actually very strong in this age, very big. In our current age they are like this, so almost here they are twice the size that they are in the currently. I will do these large empires for the as last, because we will go and look at the less interesting areas in my opinion, of which I only know the name Perm, and it's only because of another game, and Bulgar. And Bulgar sounds familiar because you have Bulgaria and you have Bulgar. Over here we have what was actually a pretty strong, what was it? Was it a sultanate? A khanate? It was a khanate. And it was the khanate, yeah, Kagan Bagadur of Khazaria. They are actually pretty decently sized and strong in the current day. Ukraine and Russia. I tried to delete these armies, but yeah, because they are nomadic, they always have standing armies, and it's pretty cool if you ask me to see it that way. But I would have to go to every nomadic land to delete them manually, and I love you guys, but I'm not doing all of that. Well, as you can see, before Russia became what it is, this was all separate chiefdoms and kingdoms, and it was basically as if someone took a bucket and with different colors and drew it on a map, and this is the outcome. So here you have Sibir, and what is a name that has came in the news a lot in the last, what would it be, like 5 to 10 years, is the Uyghurs, or Uyghur, and they were Zoroastrian, a part of Zoroastrian, like a Zoroastrian heresy. In our current timeline, the Uyghurs are Muslims, and there's like some crazy things going on in China and the Uyghur people, but let's not politicize. You have the Western Protectorate here, but I don't know if this is a in-game thing or that it really was something. I'm not sure, so I'm gonna ignore it. We had a very large country named Tibet, which was Buddhist. Let me see, yeah, Buddhist, but monastic feudal, so there were feudal in this age. you can see in India, and why Indians have so many different, like, how should I say it, relations and yeah, like basically different cultures within India, because in our current age this is one country. But as you can see, for the most part of history, India was divided in different, well, what are they? Mashahara. So different Mashaharas, I guess, with different religions. Let me see the religion map mode. So you had Buddhist, Hindu, Jain, and this is also Buddhist and Jain. So they were all divided in some way or form. You had the Rashtrakuta, Pallava, Lamba, Kana, Panja, Pala, City. I played as these guys. What are they called? Mlechia Kingdom. Sorry for mispronouncing so badly, but hey. Javda, Pratara. Somewhere here is Delhi, right? Yeah, here is Delhi. And later on, they would also be conquered by the Muslims, at least the northern part, as far as I know. Let's see, over here we have Zabulistan, Baiman, and were they Muslim? They were Zionist. Zionist, what is Zionist? The giver of justice is the sun god originally worshipped by the Sambil dynasty in Afghanistan. Okay, so they were sun worshippers. Here we have the Emir Hamid of the Tide Emirate. So this was an emirate, and they were basically a vassal of, here we go, the Caliph al-Mansur of the Abbasid dynasty. And the Abbasids were in this timeline, together with Byzantium, I think the strongest in our known world, or on this map, because there is no China on this map. And as you can see, this is what was left over of the previous caliphate. And you had some other Muslims, I guess, yes, here, Arwadid and Azd Umanid, and basically, yeah, a very strong nation which held current day, like more than half of current day Iran, Pakistan, at least I think this is Pakistan over here in our age. They held lands over here, which is current day Azerbaijan, and here is, I forgot which nation was it. It's a large nation that got separated from Russia. I'm sorry for not knowing that. Then over here we have what is or was Armenia, but got conquered by the Muslims. And if we look at the duchies, yes, you can see Emir Sonbar of Armenia, which was, who was still a Miaphysite Christian, and had a large chunk of land, what is in yellow over here. But he was ruled by a sultan, Sultan Bakr of the Uqalit Sultanate, who himself was a vassal of the Abbasids. So they were extremely strong and rich, of course, because later on I will show you the trade map mode, and they were really rich. Here we can see the Byzantine Empire, which was not as strong as they used to be because they held all these lands. But yeah, this indicated, at least years before, indicated the start of the fall of the Byzantine Empire, because they and the Persians fought a lot, which weakened each other, which gave or paved the way for the Muslims and Arab tribes to conquer from the south, both weakened empires. Here we had Basilios Constantinos V of the Byzantine Empire, who was iconoclast, Orthodox heresy. I think iconoclasts were, well, we can see it here. The iconoclast heresy plagued the Byzantine Empire in multiple waves. Iconoclasts believed that religious images, icons, and depictions of holy figures in particular are a form of idolatry and must not be allowed. So a lot of infighting between them also. And as you can see, this was still Constantinople with the Hagia Sophia. But of course, here there was a Muslim sultanate, which was actually independent of the Abbasids. Over here you had High Chief Mislav of Ohrid, which was a Slavic pagan. Here you had, oh, look at this, High Chief Budimir of Epirus. And crazy that Slavic pagans came all the way over here in current day Greece. Okay, I guess. But yeah, it is true. The Slavic tribes or nations all came after the fall of Rome, all just came over here from the, like Central or North Europe. Same goes for the Germanics and the Visigoths and everything else after the Roman Empire fell. And that is basically it. I will show you some other map modes, like, of course, which I already showed was the religious map mode. Bonn. Then we have the, let me see, cultures. As you can see here, you have the Persian culture, Bedouin culture, Levantine or Levantine culture, Berber culture. Here you have the Greek culture, which had a large part of current-day Turkey, and which is now, of course, Turkish culture. And the Greek culture is basically here where the Greeks are. You had, even though, as you saw, they were all divided, but they were still of the Norse culture. You had the Finnish culture, Polish, German, Saxon, Frisian culture, Frankish, Anglo-Saxon culture, Irish, Visigothic, Swabi. And one more thing about the Frisians, as I am born and raised in the Netherlands, you had Oost-Friesland and Friesland itself, and basically, as a Dutch person, I don't understand a word they saying, and they are one of the oldest people that inhabited these lands over here. It's like when an English person listens to the Welsh language. If you're not familiar with it, you won't understand a single word. And it's pretty crazy to have such a thing, very unique. Let me see. already showed the dynasties. And what is also unique is that all the other kingdoms and countries had their dynasty, but the name of the land itself was, for example, Byzantine Empire, Bulgaria, Lombardy, Middle and West Francia. But if you look at the Muslim lands, the name of the country was the same as the dynasty name, because I will click on dynasty and you will still see that Abbasid, Umayyad. But if you look at these lands, it's Isauros, Dulo, Carling. Instead of Northumbria, it's Adrising and Iseling, Cerneo, Certising. So that's a unique thing, I guess. Then we have the trade zones, and you can see why Europe wasn't as rich as they are today, because the trade zones were mainly over here. So from India to the Arab world, that is also a reason why is there an economic map mode. Unfortunately, realms, diplomatic relations, religions, cultures, economy. Yeah, here it is. You can see how rich, so everything in green. The greener it is, the richer the area is. So all the trade flowed through these Persian lands and Arab lands. That's also why this is a very contested area in which there is still fighting. But in this period, only the Italians of Europe had like rich lands, which was probably left over from the Roman Empire. But for the rest, the richest people and nations were the Muslim nations and a bit of Byzantine lands. But as you can see, these areas, because of the harsh nature, were very poor, and some still are in our current age, and some are very rich. So, governments, as you can see in Europe, they were feudal. Here they were tribal, nomadic, monastic, feudal. It's crazy to see that India was also feudal as parts of Europe. The Byzantine Empire, of course, was imperial, and something I never heard before was Ikta. I don't know what Ikta means or stands for, so I will have to look it up. And that's basically it. Terrain map modes. Here you can see also why these areas were poor. Everything is snow. I mean, we are in January, so when you start the map also changes, because in the summer the snow goes away, in the winter it comes back. And here it was also very cold. And yeah, here, as you can see, desert. I don't think I forgot anything or to mention anything, so I hope you guys liked it and enjoyed the video. I hope you like these series, but because there are a lot of timelines I still want to do, so let me know in the comments if you do like it, so I continue with these series. And as always, have a good day and have a good life. Welcome to the Viking Age. It is the year 867. Today we are gonna explore the map in an age which is one of my favorites when it comes to history. And basically we will have a look how the world looked like Let's start in India. As you can see, compared to the last video, there hasn't been much change. India is still divided, but a lot less than in the age before, which we looked, which was 769 as far as I remember. So here we have a bigger swath of land, Pratihara. We still have this kingdom over here, and we have Rashtrakuta, which are the big players, including Pala. We can see here that why did I forget the name? Oh, I have a brain freeze. One moment. Tibet. Oh my god. In the last video, Tibet was a single country, and as you can see here, it was broken up. I don't know the history of it, but you can see that here also is Kyoto, and they are Nestorian Christian. Okay, that is very unique. That is very unique. Where does that come from? Nestorian. Okay. Here we have Kyrgyz, and I don't know if Kyrgyz has something to do with the current day Kyrgyzstan, but they are Tengri pagan. We have Kumania, Samanid, and I guess this is where the world's problems started. The original Karen, with a pretty large army of 4.6k. Well, now you know at which area you can be angry at. I'm just kidding. In Russia, we still have this cluster of different nations. We have Perm, which was roughly the same size. We have Bulgar, which was roughly the same size in the previous 100 years. Khazaria, which is pretty strong still, and what was also unique is their religion, Jewish. So in the previous map, this was the only kingdom or counties which were Jewish, but here, for some reason or in some way, we have all these lands that are current day Ukraine and Russia that are Jewish. And yeah, we will go down a bit to the Muslim world because we will see that the Abbasids have fallen apart a little bit. In the previous video, they controlled a far larger part of Saudi Arabia and Persia, but now you can see there are Safarids, Tahirid, Alavid, Dulavid. Here we have the Hashimid, who are controlling the Muslim holy cities of Mecca and Medina. Here we have Tolanid. The Byzantine Empire looks roughly the same as they did in the previous video, but in the previous video I said Armenia was ruled by a Muslim ruler, but if you now click on Armenia, you will see that the Duke Ashot IV of Armenia is a Miaphysite Christian feudal and is ruling the lands over here. Same goes for Georgia, but they are Orthodox Christian. The Byzantine Empire is ruled by by Basileus of the Byzantine Empire, and it's from the house Macedon. Let's go to North Africa before we continue in Europe, and we will make our way up. So here they're a bit more, well, let's start in Africa with Ghana, Shanghai. They're a bit more centralized, or how should I say it? There's a bit more structure in the borders. Also, the same goes for North Africa. There are literally larger countries that inhabit these lands instead of small duchies or kingdoms. We can see that Sicily is ruled by Sunni Muslim. We can see that Sardinia is its own duchy and is not ruled by a king. Here there are also Muslims who hold Italy, which is pretty crazy when you think about it, that the Arab or Muslim world used to also not only hold Spain but also parts or significant parts of Italy. Then you have some dukes over here and trade nations like the Doge Marinos of Amalfi. And Doges are merchant republics. They are not kingdoms or duchies or feudal, and they get, basically the ruler gets voted in by other, I guess, influential families. So it's not that your son inherits your land, but it is the one that gets voted in. We still have the papacy over here. Here we got Duke Borivoje, that is Orthodox, and he's a vassal of the Byzantine Empire. So it looks like the Byzantines did reconquer some lands over here, but it looks like they lost Crete to a Muslim emir. Bulgaria is a lot larger and stronger than in the previous video. They hold a very large amount of lands, and I made a mistake in my previous video in which I said that the Magyars attacked Avaria and settled here, but as you can see here, they actually attacked Bulgaria and settled in current-day Hungarian lands with a formidable army of 9,500 troops, in where Bulgaria had 6,600, and the numbers of course aren't like as strict. In the previous video we had the Greater Duchy of Poland, which is here, Greater Poland. Here we have Lesser Poland, and then you have other small countries and nations. Pomerania is still here, Sorbia is still here, and Moldavia, which is basically located in the same region as they are in the current timeline, is also here, but they are, let me see, they are still Slavic pagans in this timeline. The Kingdom of Bavaria is also still here. We have Serbia, and for Croatia not a lot has changed except for that Slavonia got this part over here, and they are still not united. But when we look at this map mode and religion, we can see that Tengri is not ruled by a Tengri ruler. also became Catholic, and the part of Saxony is now East Francia, and there isn't any more Germanic pagan over here. At least there is to the north, but it used to be like all the way over here. And also in England, which I will come later on, you can see that Slavic pagan religion is slowly disappearing over here, but still is prevalent over here. There is still Suomensko, which is even larger than 100 years ago. You have Tengri, and here it looks like Jain is the predominant religion. Sunni Islam is a lot more spread out, because this used to be all Zoroastrian, but isn't for a large part anymore. We have Nestorian Christian, we still have Miaphysite, and here in Egypt also Miaphysite Christianity. African is still African religion. And yeah, the Sunni religion in Iberian Peninsula is more spread out. And let me see, you can see that Italy isn't called Lombardia or Lombardy anymore, but actually Italy, with King Louis II of Italy, a Catholic Christian. Let me go a bit more here. Next to Bavaria, we have now East Francia, we have Lotharingia, we have West Francia, and we have Aquitaine. As you know, in the previous videos, there were two kingdoms. It was West Francia and I think Middle or East Francia. I think it was Middle Francia, what it's called. But I guess after a ruler dies in this age, if you had 2 or 3 sons, your kingdoms would be spread out. So King Louis of East Francia was the former ruler, but he had 1, 2, 3, 4 sons that outlived him, so it got divided in 4 parts. So King Charles the Bald, King Ludwig the German, King Pepin of Aquitaine, and King Lothair of Lotharingia. And they are still of the Carling dynasty, House Carling, which was in this age a very, very popular or strong dynasty which ruled like over Switzerland, the Belgium, Netherlands, like central Germany, central to West Germany, let's say, West Francia and Aquitaine. Brittany was actually formed here, and it's King Solomon of Brittany. And Brittany existed for a very long time, and I think, I don't know if I can see the culture anywhere. Wait, there is a culture Breton, and so the culture is Breton, but here in Cornwall it's also Breton, so I'm not sure, but these had something to do with each other. Either the people from Cornwall went into Brittany and like colonized it, or the other way around. I'm not sure. What is this? Okay, so over here we have a guy named Harstein of Retz, and he's actually Germanic pagan, but he's feudal, which is pretty crazy. But the land itself is Catholic, so it's not converted, they are just ruled by a Viking. When we go over here, we have the formation of the Kingdom of Navarra, which is ruled by the Inca family. Here we have Asturias, still King Alfonso of Asturias, and I think I'm not sure if they took a bit more of lands, but they had 4.6k and here it's 6.2, so the Umayyads are still absolutely strong. We can see that Aquitaine took a bit of land here. I think it's Barcelona. Yes, Barcelona. And let's go to Scandinavia. Here there are still the Finnish, like I guess, tribes. A bit more, like, I don't know. They're still all separated. Same goes for Scandinavia, but Svipjot is pretty large. Then you have Shealand, which is less land than in the previous video, because here we also have Jylland. And then we have Viken, King Haraldr, and his father was King Halfdan the Black. Let's go into the very nice thing about this age, and that is that, let me mention this, that here we have the Vikings or Germanic pagans coming, where in the previous video it was only a bishopric. Here it's not anymore Catholic nor bishopric. So in this age, the Vikings started invading England. Well, they did raid all of the coastline over here. Maybe there's a religion. Or yes, what is this? The ruler. Yeah, so the ruler here is a Germanic pagan, King Rurik. And I think the belief is that the Russians, or the Russian nation, comes from the Vikings that colonized Russia also. But here you have one, and I love the series Vikings, so I love talking about this. But you have the ruler, King Halfdan Whiteshirt of Jorvik, and his father was Ragnar Lodbrok. His brothers were King Ivar the Boneless, King Bjorn Ironside, Ube Ragnarsson, and King Sigurdur Snake in the Eye. These are all very familiar and popular names. And here you have Ragnar Lodbrok, a very popular, personality in the history of humanity. Let me see. You start here. If you select Jorvik in a battle with the English. So if you are King Ivar the Boneless, or the ruler of Jorvik, you are at war with, let me see if I can see the right map mode. Culture, economy, political, where is the political? Dynasties, revolteries, realms, diplomatic relations. Yeah, so you are at war with all these kingdoms. As we said in the previous video, here it's not Pictland anymore, but it is Scotland, actually a Catholic nation. King Constantine II of Scotland, they are still tribal. Ireland this is still all separate. You can see that Bovis, or at least the kingdom of Bovis, King Roderick of Great Bovis, King Roderick the Great of Bovis, has centralized the lands a little bit. This guy is a vassal of him, of the petty king, well, a tributary, so he's forced to pay money. Here we got the King Edmund of East Anglia. We got King Area of Northumbria, and these are all popular names. If you watched the series Vikings, we got King Burgred of Mercia, and Wessex has expanded a lot in the south, and it's ruled by King Ethelred of Wessex. Cornwall is still the same. So, as you can see, you have Ivar the Boneless, and he's the ruler of these Scottish lands, Isle of Man, and current day, isn't this Dublin? I think this is Dublin. Bifleon, and Dublin is actually a city created by the Vikings, as far as my memory goes. So their one son of Ragnar holds these lands. The other son, King Bjorn Ironside, holds Svipjod. Then we have, Ivar was already, okay, Bjorn was already. King Halfdan Whiteshirt has Jorvik, so he's the petty king of these counties. We have Ube, which doesn't hold any land actually. And we have King Sigurdur, Snake in the Eye, and he is the ruler of Shealand. Yeah, very nice, and this is also a very nice timeline to play in, either as the Anglo-Saxons to defend England and create England, or as the Vikings and conquer England. Let's have a look at the religions. Well, as we said, a lot has changed, and a lot will change in the current upcoming timelines. The cultures are pretty much the same, except for the German culture has expanded. The French culture has expanded, and Occitan, I'm not sure if these were in the other ones. Visigoths are still strong over here. Anglo-Saxons also. But here, you can see we're in the last, in 100 years before, this was Frisian culture. In this age, it's actually Dutch culture, which is pretty spectacular to see. And of course, we got the Norse, Finnish, and Sami, Afghan culture over here. So yeah, Bengali. Economy. You can see that 100 years ago, well, these were always pretty rich, but 100 years ago, this was a lot of these lands were red, which are now yellow, so the economy started to improve, and actually Italy is less green than it was before. There's your duchies, there's your kingdoms, let me see, dynasties. You see, the current king of Italy is a Carling. So, where 100 years ago the Carlings held controlled these lands over here, excluding Italy. But now that dynasty also controls Italy, which is a very large part of Europe if you look at it. What a name to have, right? In that era. And yeah, basically the rest is the same. Opinion, direct vassals, trade zones are still the same. Governments, did anything change over here? Well, yes, it did. A lot more feudal governments. Where India already was feudal, it expanded to the north. But when it comes to Europe, these here were nomadic and tribal. And now this part here is all feudal. Except, of course, for Venice and the trade republics. I still do not know what ICTA is, but it's a type of government. There weren't any epidemics in this time, at least not yet. So yeah, I hope you liked this timeline. I hope you enjoyed me talking about the Viking Age. And I'll see you in the next video. Have a good day and a good life. Welcome to the Iron Century. It is the year 936. We will have a look at the map where the most important areas will be the complete fall of the Abbasids, Byzantium being stronger, Hungary forming, and King Otto of Germany trying to form the Holy Roman Empire again. We will start in the northwest to be exact. The island of Iceland is still fully Germanic pagan, and it is actually a kingdom. You will see that the Scandinavian countries are a bit more, how should I say it, centralized. You have the kingdom of Noreger, you have Nordland, Finnmark, you still have Kola, Sapmi, and the Finnish tribes. What is interesting is that Svipjot and Denmark are still a stronghold of the Germanic faith. And when you look at religion, you will see that they still are Germanic. The only thing is that the king of Noreger has become Catholic Christian. The people themselves are still German pagan. And Denmark is now a full country, although not Catholic. You will see that Svipjot is still held by King Ring, who is, I think, a great grandson of King Bjorn Ironside. Then we have a son, then we have a grandson. And when we look at the Danish king, he is actually the son, or also the grandson of Ragnar Lodbrok. You can see that the Anglo-Saxon have won the wars, and that it is fully Catholic, and it's one big kingdom, the biggest on the British Isles, in which you first had Wessex, Essex, Mercia, Northumbria. It is now one kingdom, and it's called the Kingdom of England. And all those other, what used to be kingdoms, are now duchies. So, Duchy of Essex, Duchy of Northumbria, and so on, and so on. You can see that Powys, which held the majority of Wales, is now one county with a king of Powys, and the larger part of Wales is now controlled by King Hywel the Good of the Hobart. Sorry if I mispronounce it, but it's, yeah, not easy. Ireland is still all separated, but you can see that there are some larger parts that are controlled by one person, and it's a king. Vlijt Lerbach of Mumu. Here we have King Constantine III of Scotland. Here we can see that the King Emmer of Northumbria, so it's a king that holds these parts, and it's still pagan. When we go down, let's look at one of the most interesting areas in from like the year 700 to 1400, which is the Iberian Peninsula. You can see that the Kingdom of Leon is formed, which was previously Asturias and only held these upper parts. Now, the King Ramiro II of Leon holds, I would say, like 1/3 of what we know as Spain and Portugal, so the Iberian Peninsula. We also have the Kingdom of Navarra, which is held by Jimena family. Kingdom of the Leon is held by the Leon family. Here in Barcelona, we have a Duke of Barcelona with the name de Barcelona as a family name. The Umayyads are still pretty strong and hold a large part of the Iberian Peninsula, and it's, of course, the family Umayyad. Here we have West Francia, which looks more and more as current day France, except for it holds some parts of Belgium. And this is another part. I wonder if it's still Carling. It is. King Louis IV of West Francia. And then we have, let me see, the Kingdom of Arles, and this is not Carling, so you see how fast it went. When we had Carling, let me see the dynasties. This used to be all Carling, and now only France is Carling. So we have the Kingdom of Arles, and I believe that this didn't last for too long because it is a pretty unknown kingdom. Here we have the Duchy, yes, the Duchy of Gascogne, ruled by Anno IV, which would eventually become part Same goes for Brittany, which is now a pretty decent size and ruled by King Alan of Brittany. Are these still pagan? I guess they are, looking at the symbol. Yes, King Alan of Narberg is Germanic pagan. They held up for pretty long, being surrounded by Catholics. Here we have a famous kingdom, at least the name. Well, it's not a kingdom here. It was, but Duke Giselbert of Upper Lorraine. In North Africa, we have the Fatimids, which are a pretty big chunk of current day, I guess a little bit of Morocco, Algeria, this is Tunisia as far as I remember, and they have a bit of Sicily, and of course these guys over here are tributaries, are they? Yes, tributary. Are you still a tributary? Yes, and these also. So this is basically ruled by the Fatimids. And they are also tributaries. So the Fatimid dynasty rules everything from Morocco to, I guess, Egypt or the borders of Egypt. I will not talk about Byzantine yet, but here we have, let me see, the king of Italy rules it, but this guy is a duke that is a tributary state to Italy. The papacy has got more land than it had in the last 100 years. We can see that the island of Sardinia is, all separated with counts. Then we got the Kingdom of Italy, ruled by King Huguenus of Italy. Venice is over here, with the Doge, Serene Doge, Pietro IV of Venice. They don't have a lot of lands, which will change in the next couple of 100 years. We have Croatia that has, they did exist, but they got more lands now. They have, I think 3 extra counties from which used to be Slavonia. Here we have Imotsky and Duke Michael of whom Serbia also still holds land. We'll go to Germany, where we have King Otto, who is trying to form the Holy Roman Empire again, which is a famous saying that the Holy Roman Empire is neither holy nor an empire, but it's a pretty strong kingdom, and he holds a lot of current day German lands and even more. Then we have Pomerania that is separated. So we got Pomerania and Pomerania. We have Bohemia, which is now fully Catholic Christian. So if we look at the religion map mode, they managed to convert these people also, either by word or by sword, and in those days most of the time it went by sword. Greater Poland, which is now larger and has more lands, and we have Lesser Poland. And these are chiefdoms, but eventually it will become a kingdom with duchies. Wrocław is, I think, Warsaw in our current day. Here we have Krakow. Here, what would later on become Prussia, we have Britannia. We still have Lithuania. Here we have Estonia. Where's Latvia? This is Livonia. Latgale, and they are still, Romova. Let me see what the Romova religion actually was. Baltic paganism is polytheistic with a pantheon of gods led by Thebes, god of the sky. Other main gods include Perkunas, god of thunder and lightning, so it's all similar to the Germanic and Slavic religion and gods. What we have here is fascinating and actually a bit beautiful. For the first time in this series, we see that the Russian lands are somewhat consolidated and ruled by a Slavic pagan named King Igor of Kiev and Rus. And it's a pretty large chunk of land. Here we see Eurasian, which is a popular or famous name in Europa Universalis. We have Tver. The Bulgars have expanded and actually took lands from Perm. And here are other names that I'm not gonna go into because, it's just too small. As you can see, it looks like what used to be Khazaria are now Pechenegs, and they took a bit of land off Khazaria. But you used to have the Magyars here, and they actually, what I thought was that they attacked Avaria, but they attacked Bulgaria, which was very strong in this age and still is. They attacked Bulgaria and took over the lands where Avaria used to be. They settled down and became a nuisance for all their neighbors and took more lands. They are still Tengri pagan and not as strong, but I think they can call up vassals to fight for them. And basically, I think in the next couple of hundred or a couple of decades, they will become Catholic and become a Catholic Christian kingdom also. And they are still Tengri, as you can see. Here we have, what is this? Severin. Okay, it's a count. So I imagine they wouldn't survive for too long. We got Bulgaria, which is still decently sized and pretty strong. Tsar Petar of Bulgaria. Okay, so it's actually an empire. Yes, Empire of Bulgaria. I thought it was a kingdom, but it's an empire, which is pretty crazy. You have to meet certain criteria to be able to become an empire, actually. Speaking of empires, here we got the Byzantine Empire, which is and keeps getting stronger and stronger from their almost downfall. They hold almost all of Greece, where a couple of 100 years years ago there were some cities or counties that were separate from the Byzantine Empire. It is ruled by Basileus Romanos of the Byzantine Empire, and they actually took a somewhat larger part of the Italian boat back, and they still have lands over here in what is modern day Croatia. They hold this bit over here, and is this also Byzantium? It is Byzantium, which is pretty crazy because there's no clear path to the rest of the empire without going through the Muslim lands. We got Armenia, which is a bit smaller than in our previous video, King Abbas of Armenia. Georgia looks like it has expanded a bit, King David II of Georgia. Here we still have Khazaria, which was actually, yes, still is Jewish, Israelite. That is okay. So it is a smaller portion because it used to be all these lands, but now you can see that sort of Tengri religion came back a little bit, and the Jewish religion is going. What is this? Manichaean. Okay, this is Zoroastrian heresy. What is also funny is that Sunni Islam came all the way up here. So you have Sunni Islam, then a large part of Jewish religion, Tengri, and then Sunni again. And as you can see, the Slavic religion, which used to be all of this over here, all the way down to here, is slowly fading away, and Catholic and Orthodox religion is taking over. We have Oghuz, Kumania, we have Kyrgyz, which because Kyrgyz reminds me of Kyrgyzstan, and Kyrgyzstan is somewhere down here as far as I remember. We have Liao, Baikal, Kyoto, Karakanit, Hwamna, Minyak, Sumparu, Guge, Utsang. So this used to be Tibet. In India, we can see that it actually fell apart a bit because these are all separate. Here we have more lands. Only Rashtrakuta seems to be able to hold their borders. And Pratyahara used to also be a larger part, which is not the case anymore. We have the Samanid, and I have never heard of the Samanids. They are Sunni Muslim. Shah Nasser II of the Samanid Shahdom. Okay. Safarid, Boyid, Jibal, Ziyarid. As you can see, the Abbasids only hold like current day Iraq, a little bit of Iran, and a little bit of Kuwait. And it's crazy to see how empires can fall in a span of a couple of 100 years, because this over here all used to be Abbasid, and I think even more, but in our oldest video, I mean of the earliest age, they held all these lands, and now it all splintered because of infighting mostly. Ikshidit, Razid, Mahra, religion? Yes, we have. So we still have King Caleb of Simeon. I mean, not still. This goes back. Gideon, David, Gideon, Jacob, King Jacob of Simeon. Talking about Jews, here we have the Torah. Still, we have Ghana and Shanghai, so these are very old nations also. Let's look at the religion. So, Sunni of course is strong, but it's pretty splintered. You have Ibadi, Shia, and some other. This is right. The Muslim religion is still pretty strong in Iberia, but eventually it will all go. The Germanic religion slowly is also disappearing because of the king that converted to Christianity, and Saxony is also not Germanic anymore. As I said, Slavic religion almost dominated Eastern Europe, but is slowly disappearing. Here in this area there actually isn't any Slavic religion anymore. Miaphysite or Miaphysite is still pretty large in Egypt, and still is over here in what is current day Turkey, Iraq and Armenia, stuff like that. We have a little bit of Nestorian, Tengri Buddhist. We still have the religion of Bon, which is, as far as I know, a pretty, or was a pretty crazy religion. I'm sorry if I offend someone by saying that, but it was literally burning people and stuff. Let me see. Bon is the ancient, indigenous, pre-Buddhist religion of Tibet. It is shamanistic and animistic in nature with multiple deities. After the introduction of Buddhism to Tibet, Bon adopted many of its elements. There's a high god of Sakpo, Buntri. Okay. Evil god names the evil ones. Okay, so scripture. Rulers cannot demand conversion. Well, that is a good thing in my books. Religion allows women to own temple holdings. Okay. Well, maybe I was wrong. Born countries are hard to convert. Born men can take up to 3 concubines. Born woman can take up to 3 consorts. Not making a very low supply limit. Can be reformed. There is and can exist no religious head. Well, some things are. Rulers cannot declare holy wars. Oh my god. Is this early democracy? No, just kidding. Well, actually, it sounds more humanistic than some other religions in these periods. Jain is still a large religion, and Buddhist, of course. Oh, this looks interesting. What is this? Okay. What? Nestorian Christian. Nice. Emir Suleiman of the Yarawi Emirate. Okay, it's crazy because Emir Suleiman sounds Islamic, and his wife. Well, they all used to have these, but yeah, Nestorian Christian. Okay. Governments. This doesn't change much, except that feudalism is spreading a lot more, because this used to be nomadic or tribal. As you can see, Hungary is still tribal, which will change in the next couple of 100 years. Okay, tribal came all the way to here. This used to be all Icta also. But we have that, epidemics, defensive pacts. We are on governments. Well, I'm not gonna look at trade zones because they always stay the same. We have dynasties, which is more splintered. Because this used to be all opposite, but now you have all other names. And yeah. Dynasty of Wessex, is this right? Yes, it is of Wessex. Okay. But Rurikid is a very famous dynasty that, as far as I know, existed for a long time. And of course, Arpad is popular. Then we are gonna look at the economy, and you can see where this all used to be red. Excuse me. Where this all used to be red, it's now starting to become more green, and Europe is starting to become more wealthy, of course, while the Arab world is also wealthy. The Russian lands are still in a deep red, and the Scandinavians also, and Africa. Then we have cultures which didn't change a lot actually. Uyghur, here we have Mongol, still Bulgar, Greek, and the Greek culture actually spread all the way to here. Or wait, no, sorry, that's Armenian, almost the same color, so. And these guys, Greek, Byzantine, but they are, yes. Okay, and yeah, here we have. Okay, look, this used to be, I think, something in the sense of Suomi or something like that, and it sounded Scandinavian, but now you can see that it's Portuguese culture, which is pretty crazy. Here we have French, German, Italian, Polish, and for the first time, Russian. We looked at religion, realms, and it is the 7th of August, so there is no snow except on the mountains. Yeah, that's basically it. Nothing more to say, except for that this was also, well, not the most popular timeline, but yeah, still very interesting, and there's always something you can find that is pretty interesting. Thanks for watching, thanks for being with me here. I hope you enjoyed the series still, and as always, have a good day and have a good life. Welcome to the High Middle Ages. It is the year 1066, and as you can see, we have a different map because this is a newer game. The most important regions are, as always, the Arab world, the Byzantine world, of course, the Iberian Peninsula, and the start of this age, 1066, is, in my opinion, the English kingdom, because, as we will see, By the way, I hope you like this map better. There are less options to pick from, but it's a newer game, and I think how interactive it is and how polished it is makes it much nicer. What we got here is the Kingdom of England, ruled by King Harold II Godwinson. He is at war with the King of Norway, King Harold IV, hard ruler, and I think in Norwegian it was Hardrada, so King Harold Hardrada, as far as my memory goes. At the same time, he is also at war with Duke William the Bastard, which is, I believe, a grandson. Here we can see him. I believe he is the grandson of Duke Rollo, or the great-grandson. I am not completely sure. Historically, it went like this. So the King of Norway attacked England, and they fought at somewhere in the north, I think. Here we see the army also. So they fought some. Wait, is this? I'm not sure if it is. But they fought in the north. And the King of England actually defeated the King of Norway. But he had to march with his army all the way to the south, when from the south Duke William the Bastard of Normandy attacked England and eventually won, and also became the King of England, but still remained the Duke of Normandy. And that is also how, historically, through conquering and marriage, eventually England possessed almost, I think, half of France, because it came to acquire the Duchy of Aquitaine, and it also had this county over here, I think. So history is indeed a complicated matter. The Kingdom of Scotland, of course, existed. Here we have Gwynedd, Theobald, Morgan. Ireland, as always, is divided, but we have Desmond, Munster, Dublin, Leinster, Connacht. Here we still have the petty king Gudrod Haraldsson of the Sudreyjar, I think. But as you can see, when we go to the religion map mode, I think insular is a form of Christianity, but German paganism is almost wiped out, where it originally, in first case, went all the way up to northern Germany. The island of Iceland is also Catholic again. And while we are in this map mode, let's zoom out and look a bit. It doesn't say Sunni Islam anymore. It says like Ashari, but I looked it up and it still falls under Sunni Islam. So, Gabarite, let me check if, yeah, this is still a Jewish faith, organized Jewish faith. So they are still Jewish here. There is still some Tangrinism in current day Ukraine and Russia. Ukonusko is also still a thing, but it's far less than it was before. Orthodoxy spread more to Russia and I think parts of Europe. Of course, Catholicism, or Christianity, Catholics, spread out a bit more. Everything is Catholic here, and most of the Scandinavian world, we still have paganism, Slovianskan, over here in current day Poland and like northeast Germany, and we have Videlist in the Baltic countries. We have Kršćani in current day Bosnia, which is also a form of Catholicism, or Slovianskan, Daltoist, Bogomilist, and different forms of Muslim religions. Over here we have Coptic religion, we have Kushite religion, and like African religions over here. Then we got Tengrinism, Nestorians. This map is a bit different, but I think this is the religion of Bonn. Where is it? Yes, so organized Tibetan faith, Gyurbon. And here we have Shaivit Mahayana, Theravada, Digambara, Svetambara, but I think this is all like Hinduism. Yeah, Hindu, Shaivism, Shaivite, I'm not sure what that is. Shaivites first worshipped Shiva, the creator and destroyer of worlds, as a supreme being that exists in all things. Okay, but I think these guys, Shaktism believes in the great goddess as the supreme being from which springs all existence. The Shrikula worship Tripura Sundari as the highest aspect of the goddess. Okay, let's go back to the diplomatic map mode. So Brittany was also still a thing and wasn't conquered by France. So for a very long time this part of current day France was not French but Breton. Let's go to the Iberian Peninsula. Like I said in the previous video, eventually the Umayyads weren't a thing anymore, and the kingdom of Galicia from the Jimena dynasty, the kingdom of Leon from the Jimena dynasty, Castile, Navarra, yes, so these four kingdoms were all one dynasty, and they had conquered a larger part of the Iberian Peninsula, and these from here all the way to here were still Muslim rulers. And this one also, Barcelona wasn't, and they are of the Barcelona dynasty, and Aragon was of the Aragonese dynasty or Aragon dynasty. Eventually, as far as my memory goes, like Aragon conquered these parts over here. Navarra basically stayed the same or even eventually became smaller, but Castile and Leon emerged, or some of them, like, I'm not sure how it went, but as you can see, this King Sancho II the Strong of Castile doesn't have an heir. So if he would come to die, the King of Leon would inherit Castile under one kingdom. But if he has two sons and he dies, one son inherits one kingdom and the other inherits the other. was very complicated. Well, in the Muslim world, as far as I know, the oldest son inherited everything. I'm not sure if from Galicia, Portugal spawned or came to be, but I know that Spain has this part. So, eventually, during these years, the Christians would ally with each other and sometimes with other Muslims to together attack other Muslim countries or regions and slowly conquer everything. Morocco had the Almoravids, which were, as far as I can see, pretty strong. But yeah, I know that eventually Portugal would come to be the owner of Ceuta, which you see in the year 1444. Let's go to Africa while we are still here. Ghana was still a thing and pretty much the regional power in Western Africa. We had Kong, Borgu, and other small counties. And same goes for what they call, or what we call, the Horn of Africa. I think we still have the Jewish, as you can see, these guys are still Jewish, and here there isn't any Judaism, at least not by ruler or religion. And so it is this Duke that holds these lands as a Jewish person. Let's go back to France. So as I said, it is ruled by King Philip of France, who is 14. And it would be a big problem in the coming years for France to basically war with England and the dynasty of Duke William. Because later on, as I said, through marriage mostly, England would inherit these lands, and France would have a long and tough battle to come against the English to regain its lands. Then we have something which is nice to see. The Kingdom of Norway is one large piece of land and not broken up anymore. They are Catholic Norwegian. We have Sweden instead of what it was, Svepjod, which is ruled by King Erik II Stenkilsson. Of course, we have Denmark, which are also Catholics and ruled by King Sven II Ulfsen of Denmark. I don't know how strong they are in this timeline. Well, Norway is pretty strong. What would later on become parts of Sweden is still separate over here, and you actually see that here we got unreformed Norse of the pagan religion, Germanic. So here for the first time we see Finland, and basically I don't know if they are Ukkomusko still and not Catholic. I don't know if this is the chieftain or eventual land that will conquer everything and become Finland. In a previous timeline Rus. I think it was the kingdom or high chiefdom of Rus. But as you can see, it has broken up in Ruthenia, Chernigov, and Novgorod. Perm, which was once much bigger, has become a smaller part, and it looks like they got pushed more to the west. I don't see Bulgaria anymore, and I see two Novgorods. I see one here and one here. We have Vladimir, Polotsk, Ryazan, Yaroslav. So the Russian lands as we know it today is still divided in 1066. The more you go to the right, the more it's divided and of a different religion. What is nice to see is, well, here it's more centralized. We have Lithuania, Livonia, Estonia still. We have got Prussia, the Prussians, but they are still of a pagan faith. Well, according to the Catholic perspective. We have Courland, Samagoita. We still have good old Pomerania over here. We have Valetia, Lutetia, Lübeck, which was a trading nation. But look at it. Poland in the year 1066 with a king named Boleslav the Bold of Poland, Catholic Polish. And we first had, where is it? Wait, this is Poland, Upper Silesia. There was a duchy called Greater Poland and a duchy called Lesser or Smaller Poland, something in that. But eventually, by conquering, a greater kingdom of Poland has formed. Before we go to the Holy Roman Empire, which King Otto was trying to form, we will go to Hungary, which are now Catholic. King Solomon of Hungary, who is 13 years, and Princess Jutta of the Holy Roman Empire. Okay, so she is the daughter of, oh no, not the daughter, but the sister of the Kaiser of the Holy Roman Empire. And that's how alliances used to get formed, by marriage. Here we have the Pechenegs, which used to be Khazaria, and now it's, well, Kumania. I wouldn't want to have this name if I had to pick. Here we have Ruthenia, which is pretty crazy. Again, Ruthenia here and Ruthenia over here. So you have to basically ask one country for access to be able to access the other parts. I don't know how that worked, especially if they wouldn't let them. We got a bigger kingdom of Croatia over here, and it's, I think this is the biggest Croatia ever was. Serbia is no more, but it has become Rashka and a part of the Byzantine Empire. We do have Duklia. Well, they are Serbian, and these guys are Greek. Okay, that's weird. But yeah, Croatia, pretty big, led by King Krešimir IV, the Great of Croatia. And oh, are they married with someone? She is Queen Miroslava. Yeah, nothing in his kid. No, nothing. Well, not married of course, but in these times you also also had like marriages that were organized. So his daughter wouldn't be married, but she could be like betrothed or betrothed. I think that's the word. Where, let's say, if he has a son, like for example, he has a. Oh, this is also a girl, but let's say she is a. This kid is a boy, and he has a daughter, and then they can like arrange a marriage which is being betrothed. So once they are of age, I think 16 or something, they can marry. So you have an alliance before they are married. Over here we have the papacy with even more lands. We have Apulia, Duke Robert the Fox of Apulia, who is Catholic but he is Norman. And as you can see over here, Duke William the Bastard is also Norman. And they all came from the Scandinavian region, so the Vikings went everywhere, from North Africa to I think even up Iberia to Italy. And they were everywhere, but eventually assimilated. Here we have Pisa, Catholic Italian, but Serene Doge, yeah, they are a trading nation. We have Venice, which is pretty nice to see. They were extremely rich and important part of history in the history of the high medieval and medieval age. Serene Doge Domenico. Here we have the island of Sardinia, which is not one. Are these still? Yeah. So the Muslims are also still in the lower parts of Sicily. And yeah, let's go to the Holy Roman Empire, which I believe were the, or if not one of the three strongest empires in this timeline. So you had the Holy Roman Empire, which as far as I know didn't do a lot of fighting with neighbors, but I may be wrong. There were more, because of it consistent, which I will show, of so many duchies and counties which were hard-headed, if you may say so, that there was more internal ruling than external. But as I said, they were one of the three strongest, I think, like Holy Roman Empire, Byzantine Empire and the Seljuks, maybe also the Fatimids. France always had its strength, of course, but they had their problems with England in this timeline. If I zoom in and click again, we can see of which duchies the Holy Roman Empire existed. So we have Tuscany, we have Lombardy, we have Provence, which will eventually become, I think, partly French, partly Italian maybe, but I don't know that this is modern day France. We have Piedmont, Lyon, Besançon. We have Bavaria, which was, if you remember, a kingdom, but it got taken over probably by King Otto. We have Carinthia, Pula, Aquileia. We have Austria over here, Duke Ernst of Austria, which will eventually be ruled, or maybe it already happened. What are they called? How did I forget it? One of the strongest dynasties that ever existed. Is it from the Geneva? Oh my god, how do I not know it? I feel ashamed for not having the name. It was the dynasty that eventually ruled all of like Spain and the Holy Roman Empire. so ashamed because I talk so much about them. Which the Habsburgs, I don't even have to Google it. It came to my mind before I even pressed enter. The Habsburgs would eventually rule Austria. Here we have Bohemia, which was also a kingdom a couple of 100 years before it got taken over and incorporated in the HRE. We have one of the largest duchies, which used to be Saxony. It's the Duchy of Angria. And I don't know if they are angry over here, but we have Magdeburg, which is a bishopric. We have Holland, which is modern day Netherlands, and they have, like, I don't know what the connection is between Lower Lorraine and Holland, but eventually this would also become Dutch lands. We have the Godfried of Lower Lorraine. We have Upper Lorraine, which is, in my mind, pretty weird that something that is called Lower Lorraine is, depending how you look at the map, above Upper Lorraine. But if you would turn the map like this, then I understand it. Yeah, Swabia and Holy Roman Empire. Let me click on the roller and let me, who is this? Kaiser Heinrich, Kaiser Konrad, Heinrich. Okay, can I see the history of the Holy Roman Empire? Title history. Yeah, Kaiser Otto, Kaiser Karl the Great in the year 800, Kaiser Heinrich the First, the Fowler, Kaiser Otto the Great. So the HRE existed for a pretty long time. I showed you, like, Africa, this is all broken up, so it's not important enough to go in depth. Here we talked about it already. We have Comania, which is a pretty large, well, Khanate, but I don't know how strong they were. Alanya, here we have the kingdom of Georgia, King Bagrat, which holds some Armenian lands, and as you can see, Armenia isn't a thing anymore here. It isn't even a duchy. Okay, that is weird. Kesranit, Derbent, Tbilisi. Okay, is Sheikh. So it is ruled by Muslims again, because if my memory serves me right, or my topography, then Tbilisi is the capital of modern day Armenia. Here we have Mangyashlak. Let's go here. We have Great Liao. Some small, insignificant counties over here. Tibet still isn't a thing, and it looks even more separated. We have this kingdom, Mahajara Jayapala of the Boma Pala kingdom. We have, okay, the original pagans, I guess. King Anavrata of the pagan kingdom. Okay, Pala. North India divided again, and this part of India, for some reason, is always a large kingdom. We have Chola, which conquered parts of what is this island called? I forgot. It's not Sri Lanka. as far as I know. No, Sri Lanka is somewhere here. Do you know what this part is called? Here, these are the Maldives. Yes, that I know. I love this map also. The interactive map with animals or beasts, and when you zoom in, it becomes water. The Arabian Peninsula is still divided since the fall of the Abbasids, but here we have the Fatimids, which are decently strong and hold almost all the lands in Egypt. We have the Seljuks, which are extremely strong in this timeline, and I think they are not Arab or Persian but Turkic. Can I see it somewhere? Yeah, so foreign culture, part of the Turkic group. And I think it says foreign culture because I'm in observation mode. But yeah, this was the era of the Turkic empires, dynasties, which will eventually come to rule all of Byzantine years down the line. As you can see in this game, 3,400 militaries, but here we have 25,600, which of course wasn't the real number, but it just gives you an impression of how strong these empires were. The Byzantine Empire has 7,600, so I think that's a number that is made up just to make the game more, how should I say it, more real in terms of how they managed to take over everything around them. Let's check some. I love how this map is like on a table when you zoom out fully, but once you zoom in, you are in the world and you are interacting. Here we of course have the realms. We have the duchy titles, so these are all duchies. And as someone who works in IT, this is a word. This is a best practice method in IT, but we are in history, so let's forget it fast what I just said. Here we have the kingdom titles. So the de jure kingdoms, which basically means these are the de jure lands, and de jure are like lands the kingdom has a right to or a claim on. Then we have empire titles, so these are the de jure empire claims. So Rajasthan, Bengal Empire, Tartaria, Mongolia, Russia. So this is not something that existed in this way or form, but it's just de jure claims. So in game, if you form the Empire of Maghreb, you automatically get claims to conquer everything over here. The religion map mode, we already saw it. We got the culture map mode. So still Afghan, Persian, Tajik, Kurdish, Armenian, Bedouin, Egyptian, Mashriki. We have Greek over here, Bulgarian, Croatian, Hungarian, Russian, Sami, Finnish, Swedish, Norwegian, Danish, Dutch. So a lot of things changed also here. Galician, Astur-Leonese, try saying that 10 times fast. Castilian, Basque, Andalusian, Catalan, Breton, Anglo-Saxon, Irish, Welsh, Gaelic, Scots, and here it's still Norse. Houses. Okay, so these are the houses that ruled, or the dynasties, and as you can see, the Jimena family held all these lands over here, but the kingdoms were separated. And let me see, governments. So in red, these are like trade nations. Feudalism spread out even more. Well, yes, over here and here, but in the previous map mode we had in the previous game, this was not feudal but imperial. I guess in the previous map that we looked here it said Ikta, but now it says clan. So without doing my research, which I said I would do, I guess Ikta means clan. Here we still have tribal and feudal. Is there any other, well, development? This is a nice map. As you can see, India or Indian lands and current day Pakistan were extremely developed. The Middle East also for a bit. Russia still undeveloped, current day Russia. Europe became more and more developed compared to the previous couple of 100 years. Yeah, the rain, not really something special. But yeah, this is the high medieval ages in the year 1066. I hope you enjoyed the video. I noticed that half of the viewers, which is a pretty nice amount, are subscribed and almost half aren't. It would mean the world to me to support my channel if you could just subscribe if you like the content. If you do not like the content, you are probably not even watching this far, so the message is only for the people who do like it. And as always, have a good day and have a good life. I wish you all the best. Bye bye. Hello and welcome to the year 1179, also known as the High Middle Ages. Today we are gonna look at the map in this age. As you can see, the world was still very much divided. Let's zoom in and take a look. As always, we're gonna start at the northwest. We got the island of Iceland, which is Catholic again, Norwegian. We got the Kingdom of Scotland, of which the upper part is ruled by Norway. We still got the Isles, which is an independent kingdom ruled by a petty king, Reinald of the Isles. As we can see, England is extremely strong in this era, and it's ruled by the famous Plantagenet dynasty. King Harry II is the king, and the co-monarch is King Henry, or co-King Henry II, the Young of Maine. Here we can see Gwynedd and Theobarth, also a lordship of Verlix. Ireland is for, let's say, 20 or 30% taken over by England, and it consists of petty kingdoms and earldoms. When we zoom out, we can see that England, and the reason why it is so strong, controls almost or half of France. And the reason being is that, as I said in the previous video, is that there was a marriage between a king and a duchess, or the daughter of a duke of Aquitaine. And after the death of its previous ruler, it came under the crown of England. Hence why England rules. And I think before colonization, this was the strongest England has ever been. When you compare it to France, which is also pretty strong with a decently sized military, 2,500 less than England, but still strong, it would be a very tough and great fight against England to regain all its lost duchies and counties. And as always, Brittany is still its own country, ruled by Duchess Constanza. When we go to one of my favorite parts of Europe, we can see the Iberian Peninsula. The Muslims have been pushed back by a lot. If we look at the religion map mode, there are still a lot of Muslims. But you can see Portugal has formed and ruled by King Alfonso, the conqueror of Portugal, of the family Borgoña. We have the Kingdom of Leon, ruled by King Fernando, the second Alphonsus of Leon, Borgoña-Leon dynasty. We have King Alfonso VIII Sanchez of Castile, with the Borgoña-Castile dynasty, which I guess is a offshoot of the Borgoña branch. We have King Anzo, the sixth Tobias of Navarra, from the Navarra dynasty. We have Aragon, which holds a nice slice of current-day French and Italian lands, and also some French land over here. Is ruled by King Alphonse II, the troubadour of Aragon from the Barcelona dynasty. And here we have a count which is independent. Okay. Then we have the Muminid Caliphate, ruled by Caliph Yusuf II Ibn Abd al-Mumin. And he is pretty strong, 16k troops. So it was a combined force of all these Catholic kingdoms which was needed to hold their lands and fight against the Moors. Let's go back to Europe. We have Norway with a nice background over here of the Skaki dynasty. King Magnus V Erlingerson of Norway, 23 years old. They are Catholic Norwegian. They are currently at war with... Okay. There's a rebellion, I guess. Prince Sverrir Sigurdsson of Norway is rebelling. I guess that's like a nephew or something of his. I cannot see it 1, 2, 3, but what are they fighting for? They are fighting for Jamtlantic claim on the king. Okay, so for the kingdom. Here we have Sweden, which actually holds a big slice of current-day Finland. It's ruled by King Knut Eriksson of Sweden, a Catholic Swedish king who holds a big amount. Okay, here we can see that these lands are still like high chiefdoms. So yeah, it's still the Ukonosko religion. Then we're gonna look at Denmark as the other Scandinavian country, and I think this is Denmark at its strongest. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if they held more lands than this in any earlier or later era. like the northern part of current-day Germany and Poland. Here we have Novgorod. It is a Grand Mayor Savit of Novgorod, so it's not a kingdom or a duchy, but it's a republic. So the title is Republic of Novgorod, which is a duchy title, but they are a republic, and they will last for a very long time. Here we still have the Zomansko and Vitalist religion, which were considered pagan. We have Estonia, Livonia, Curonia, Lithuania. We have the chiefdom of Memel, Jadwiagi, and we have Prussia, which still is, but will be a very popular name. They are Vitalist Prussian and will eventually be taken over by the Teutonic Order or Teutonic Knights. Poland is very strong and ruled by King Kazimierz the Just of Poland from the Piast dynasty. We have other smaller Russian principalities which are Orthodox Christian. And we have Smolensk, Polotsk, Minsk, Chernigov, Ryazan, Novgorod Seversky, and I think Seversky stands for south, so basically South Novgorod, which would make this North Novgorod. Turov, Volhynia, Halich, we have Kiev, Pereyaslav, and other smaller counties or chiefdoms. Volga, Bulgaria, we have Perm here, which was very long time a chiefdom. Let's get back to Europe. Here we have Hungary, which is ruled by King Bela III of Hungary, and is extremely strong, 23k troops, and is ruled by the Arpad dynasty, a very popular and long-lasting dynasty. They are allied to the King of Navarra, Grand Prince of Yaroslav, and Count Konrad of Brno. We have Upper Bosnia. We have what would later on become Wallachia, but is now all separate counties. We have the Duchy of Rashka, and we have Duklia, who rules Upper Bosnia. This is Ban Kulin of Upper Bosnia. And Ban is basically a Slavic or Southern Slavic name for Duke. So it's the Banat of Upper Bosnia, a duchy title. And same goes for the Duchy of Rashka, ruled by Duke Stefan Zavidic. The Holy Roman Empire is actually a bit weaker when it comes to the military than Hungary and others. Well, in the same par as England and France. So Hungary was extremely strong in this era, which also holds Croatian lands. But in the Holy Roman Empire, we have Kaiser Friedrich Barbarossa of the Holy Roman Empire, and Barbarossa is a very popular name and very known name to historians. He is from the Hohenstaufen dynasty. He is allied to Kaiser Beatrix of the Holy Roman Empire, and she is actually, let me see, House of Iberia. Okay, so she holds land over here in the Holy Roman Empire, and allied to Count Guilherme of Chalon. And the Holy Roman Empire, as always, consists of a lot of duchies duchies like Bohemia, Hungary, Austria. I can see that what used to be the Kingdom of Bavaria and the Duchy of Bavaria isn't a thing anymore over here. We have Swabia, so basically Swabia, Hungary, Bohemia are the strongest duchies over here. Let me see what Holland says. Yeah, not too strong. I think, yeah, so France is ruled by King Louis VII, the Younger of France, who is in poor health, and he is of the Capet dynasty, allied to King Alfonso of Portugal and Prince Richard of England. Okay. Interesting. So they were very big rivals, but he was allied to Prince Richard, who is a vassal of the King of England. So I don't know what was going on over there, but very interesting and complicated as always. The northern and middle part of Italy is very much broken up. We have the strong Doge of Genoa, which is a kingdom title, actually the Republic of Genoa. And we have other all smaller parts of like counties, grand cities. We have Venice, which was also a very long-lasting and popular republic in world history. And this is also in this era, I guess, or the map, considered a kingdom title. I don't know if it's considered kingdom title for the game or if it was actually in real life, but as far as I know, those were republics. Pisa is actually, well, not pretty strong, but they have a nice amount of land, and they have Corsica over here. We have Siena and other parts. The Pope is pretty strong, actually, with a nice amount of land, which will later on be a lot more. But Sicily, the Kingdom of Sicily, ruled by King William II, a Catholic Norman of the House Hauteville, is the strongest in Italy. And over here we have some broken up counties. Yes, we can see here that current day Spanish islands like Mallorca are ruled by Muslims. We got the Muminid Empire, which I already talked of. We got the African counties or chiefdoms and duchies and high chiefdoms, which are all small parts of current day Africa. And it all goes all the way to East Africa, to the Horn of Africa. Let me see, religion, we still have. Okay, so the county fate is Hayamoth. Let me see what. So he is Coptic Ethiopian, but the count is Jewish. Still. Let me go to the Ayyubid. So we have Sultan Salah al-Din Yusuf from the Ayyubid of the Ayyubid Sultanate, which is pretty strong, and he is in war. Okay, he is at war with this guy. So yeah, they were pretty strong, but it was nice to see, at least nice to see, it's a little bit different. Here we have the Kingdom of Eurasian Jerusalem, which is ruled by King Baudouin IV, the leper of Jerusalem, ruled by a French house, the dynasty of Anjou. He doesn't have a large army, and I'm not sure if this is the same timeline as it is with Saladin. So there is a movie of which I forgot the name, but it's like the most popular movie of the High Middle Ages. And there's a leper king of Jerusalem who has a war with Saladin, and they have a lot of respect for each other. And as you can see, he has a high marshal. So I think this is that era. I'm not sure if... Oh yes, as you can see, Salah al-Din. So I think this is Salah. Yes, Salah al-Din. This is also the very famous ruler of the Ayyubid Sultanate. Very nice. I really love history. Very nice to see this. So Jerusalem and the Ayyubid dynasty. Here we have the Principality of Galicia, which is all about Apostolic Armenian. We do not have an Armenia here, but a pretty strong Georgia. We have the Sultanate of Rum, which is ruled by Sultan Is al-Din Kilji Arslan II of Seljuk of Rum, of the family Seljuk, which sounds very Turkic. A decently sized army, and they were eventually beaten, I think, by the Byzantine Empire, but correct me if I'm wrong. Let me see the culture. Yeah, they're of Turkish or Turkmen culture, which in the previous videos this was all Greek. And we have, of course, the Byzantine Empire, which is ruled by Basileus Manuel of the Byzantine Empire, who is pretty old and has a poor health. He has a nice amount of troops still, and is allied with mostly internal people, except for the Duke Stefan of Rashka. So this is again the part where Byzantium was falling a bit, although they hold a lot of lands in current-day Greece and Bulgaria, and also Serbia, and current-day Russia/Ukraine, but I don't want to go into that. Here we have Alanya and some other smaller Turkic or Arab tribes, I guess. Let me see. Culture. Sorry. Armenian, Syriac, Kurdish, and Kurdish. We have the Seljuks here, which will become immensely strong in later ages and eras. And I think from the Seljuks, the Ottoman Empire will become, because here you can see it's ruled by Sultan Togrul Arslan Shahoglu of the Seljuk Sultanate of the Seljuk dynasty. The same is for the Sultan of Rum. So they are family of each other. We have Cumania. They are still Tengri. It's ruled by Kagan Konchek of Cumania, and has a decently sized army, but eventually they will also be broken up. We have Khwarezmit, a sultanate ruled by Sultan Ala al-Din Tekish, and he's the Khwarezmit of the Khwarezm Khwarezmid Sultanate of the Khwarezmid dynasty, and he looks very ill indeed. Here we got some smaller ones also in the Arabian Peninsula. This is a decently sized emirate. We got Gurit, and this is a Maturidi Tajiki. So it's Islamic faith, ruled by Amiran Giyad al-Din Muhammad II. And I wonder why most of the Islamic rulers are called al-Din, like Salah ad-Din or Salah al-Din. And we had some other ones here also, al-Din. We got Salah al-Din. So I wonder what that stood for. We got, this looks like a, okay, here we have a county or chieftain of Islamic faith, but this looks pretty dark because of the color. But it's Kagan Jiluku of Karakitai, and he is a Mahayana of the Khitan culture and Mahayana religion, which is an organized Buddhist faith. These are all too small and too many to go into, but they are Tengri and Nestorian. Here we have Mienja, Nagoro, and all broken up counties and chiefdoms and petty kings, which was once Nepal and the kingdom of Nepal. Here we got the standard pagans. I'm kidding. It's the kingdom called, probably pronounced Pagan, but I'm not sure of the Pagan dynasty. And India, which again is a bit fractured, except for this, like central part, which looks like is always centralized. The central part centralized in India. We got the Chalukya Chola kingdom, ruled by Chalukya Chola. Okay. Maharaja Kulotunga III. And here we have of the Kalachuri dynasty, the Maharaja Sankama of the Kalachuri kingdom. So, when we zoom out fully, we see that we are on a table with a sword, a book, and candles. And when we zoom in, we actually enter the world. Let's see some faiths. So we got the Catholics that have completely wiped out the Germanic faith. Here we have Catharism, which was an offshoot of Catholicism. And here we have Insular, which was also, I guess, an offshoot of Catholicism. Orthodoxy has spread out in current-day Russia all the way to the north, which made actually a wall against Catholicism. We got Almohadi, Ibadi, Ashari, which are, as far as I know, Sunni Muslims. We got Coptic religion, a little bit of apostolic here in current-day Armenian lands. Islam actually spread out more to the south of North Africa. And we got some African religions also. And of course, Tengri still exists, Nestorian. And here we have a lot of different faiths and religions actually. Nangjos, Shaivism, Digambara Shaivism, So, top legions fate, Shaifism, counties fate, Japan, yeah. Okay. Cultures: Bedouin, Butter, French, Occitan, Saxon, Franconian, English, Irish, Gaelic, Norwegian, Swedish, Danish, Sami, Russian, Cuman, Kipchak, Kimek, Oghuz, Permian, Greek, Bulgarian, Vlach, Serbian, Bosnian, Croatian, Hungarian, Italian, Cisalpine, Sicilian, Baranis, Andalusian, Somali, Yemeni. Okay. And here we have the houses. So Seljuk, Ayubid, Mominid, de Borgoña, Plantagenet. England was extremely strong in this age and held a lot of lands. Imagine holding England and half of France and almost half of Ireland. Von Hohenstaufen, Arpad, Kulinich, Komnenos, which was also a very popular name, Komnenos, Skaki, Eric, Estrid. Here we have still Rurikid. So yeah, here we got the economic tab, and we can see that Europe is getting richer and richer. We have the development tab, and it's almost the same as the economic tab. The more developed it is, the richer it becomes. Guys, thanks for watching once again. Welcome to the Victorian Era. Today, we are observing the world map in the year 1836. As I said, known as the Victorian Era. In this era, key countries are the United Kingdom or Great Britain, France, we have Prussia, which will eventually become Germany, the USA, which is not as we know it today, and Russia and King China. Let's look at the map that we got here. Let me zoom out a little bit and start here. Here we have Great Britain, which is the strongest nation in this period. The only nation that can rival it is France and maybe the United States. But Great Britain is overwhelmingly stronger, with a big GDP, a decent population, a high literacy, and it's ranked number one great power, ruled by King William of Hanover. It is such a strong nation because of the industrialization, and actually the first nation to be industrialized after England. We have their colonies. As you can see here, we have Lower Canada, we have Hudson Bay Company, and we have the Columbia District. Other parts of the global empire of Great Britain are, as you can see, this piece of land over here. We got some nations over here. We have this small slice of land, the British Gambia. Let me see which we have more. Okay. We have Cape Colony, which is current day South Africa. We have India, but not the whole of India. We have the East India Company, and they have these highlighted pieces of land. So I think in the coming years England would take over the whole of India. Of course, Australia, which is ruled by England. Is this also New South Wales, also under the British flag? So as you can see, there's a reason why the sun never set on the Great British Empire, because they were literally everywhere. Hence also why they are the richest and the strongest. Imagine if they still had the 13 colonies or the United States. That would be crazy. We have France, which is also a great power, with the second rank great power. They have a large military force, maybe even the strongest in this era. They have a somewhat smaller GDP than Great Britain. They have a larger population than Great Britain. They are pretty literate, and they are ruled by King Louis Philippe d'Orléans. They were, of course, also a colonial power. As you can see, they had parts over here, some islands over here. Let me see, I think, yeah, they had some coastlines. This is Portugal still. So it wasn't that big, but I know that they financed, like the United States to get freed of England, and also held a large piece of land in the United States and Canada, as far as my memory goes. But the borders here are basically the same as they are today. After France, we have the Netherlands, which is actually a bit smaller than they are today, because they also hold this land in our current age, of course. They are ruled by King Willem van Oranje Nassau. They are the 10th when it comes to the rank of being a major power. They have a smaller army. Their GDP is many times smaller than that of France. They have a pretty small population, but they are decently literate. They're Protestant, Dutch, and a constitutional monarchy. England is Protestant, English, Scottish, and they are His or Her Majesty's government type, hereditary. Then we got France, which is Catholic, French, and a constitutional monarchy. Here we have Belgium, which is larger than its current state. It's ruled by King Leopold of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha. I do not know if this is the King Leopold that committed atrocities in Congo. They're a minor power, almost double, 2 times weaker as a Netherlands. They have not many boats, they have a decent sized army. Their GDP is, let me see, actually larger than that of the Netherlands. They are 41% literate, Catholic, Flemish Wallonian, and a constitutional monarchy. We have Denmark. Wait, this is Holstein. They are North German and not a part of Denmark. They are almost insignificant when it comes to the world stage. They have a very small army. GDP is low, low population and low literacy. They are Protestant, North German, and they are a principality. And then actual Denmark. They are weaker than the Netherlands and Belgium. 18 battalions, 14 flotillas, which is decent. GDP of 1.18 million. Population is okayish, and they're decently literate of 50%. They are Protestant, Danish, and a monarchy ruled by King Frederick von Oldenburg. And as far as I know, Oldenburg was also a place somewhere in Germany, but I'm not sure. We got Stockholm, and they are a subject in a personal union to Denmark. So even though Denmark itself is decent when it comes to strength, Sweden looks to be stronger actually when it comes to being a power. They have a pretty decent size of when it comes to their army, boats, a GDP comparable to the Netherlands as far as I remember. Same goes for the population. Pretty high literacy for its time. They are Protestant, Swedish, and a monarchy. Now, Norway is also in a personal union as far as I know, or aren't they? Okay, they are, but they aren't, even though they are like the same color. I thought that was an indicator. Let me see. Overlord Sweden person. Well, it does say that they are in a personal union with Sweden. So, they are far weaker than the other Scandinavian nations, with everything lower, but still a constitutional monarchy ruled by King Carl Johan Bernadotte. Here we have some, insignificant parts of current day Germany, but we have Hanover over here, and not a lot of people know that Great Britain actually owned a big part of current day Germany. As you can see, their overlord is Great Britain. They are in a personal union. And can I get out of this? Yes, they are. Yeah, the rest is not really significant, but they're a monarchy ruled by King William of Hanover. And of course, King William of Hanover is on the throne of Great Britain. We got other smaller nations that will eventually, as far as I remember, after a war with Austria, become Germany. Prussia will have a war with Austria, and in that peace treaty, these lands will get incorporated by Prussia, which was very strong in this era. 128 battalions, GDP 9.8 not strong when it comes to ships. They are also not too literate. They're Protestant and North German, an absolute monarchy ruled by King Friedrich Wilhelm von Hohenzollern. Let me see if I can go up. They're actually rank 5 when it comes to being a great power. We have Bavaria, which in previous times was the Kingdom of Bavaria, and it's pretty big actually. They are not that strong and only have 30 battalions. Catholic South German with a low literacy, and they are ruled by King Ludwig I von Bayern. Let me see, we have Switzerland over here, of which the borders were basically almost always the same. They are, not considered strong. They are decently literate and Protestant. And they are a democratic republic ruled by Chancellor Karl Friedrich Zagerner. Over here we have Austria, which was pretty big, having a current, I think, Romanian, some Polish. They hold the Bohemian or Czechoslovakia area, Croatia, and a large part of Italy. And they are ruled by Kaiser Ferdinand von Habsburg. So a Kaiser, it was still considered an empire. They are 6th when it comes to being a great power. They have 190 battalions, which is decent. I mean, higher than most others. The GDP is not that special. They have a large population of 34.7 million. The literacy is very low, 31.9%, but not compared to some other nations that we will take a look at. They're Catholic and South German. Well, South German not exactly, because there were Hungarians and Croatians and the government, Kaiserreich. And Kaiserreich basically is empire, which is ruled by a Kaiser or Kaiserin. So in this timeline, Croatia was no more. Serbia is surviving over here, but with minor power, rank 40, 4 battalions. The GDP actually isn't that bad for its population, I guess, but the literacy is nothing to write home about. They are Orthodox Serbian, and it's a principality government type, so the ruler is Prince Miloš Obrenović, and the name does sound familiar. We have Wallachia, and Wallachia is, of course, or was ruled by years before by Vlad the Impaler, and now it's ruled by Prince Alexandru Giza. It's not really strong, and it has 4 battalions, 1.2 million GDP, 2.2 million population, and 11.5 literacy, Orthodox Romanian principality. Before we go further to the east, south, and west, let's take a look at, before we go to Italy. Wait, what is this small part? It's Montenegro. Okay. So it's also a Prince Bishopric by Prince Bishop Petar Petrović Njegoš. It doesn't have an army as far as I can see. The GDP is, nothing to write home about again. A small population, Orthodox, Serbian. Here we have Spain, which is all the lands it holds today, except for some other parts, of course. Let me see. It's ruled by Queen Isabel de Bourbon. She looks young and she is age 5, so I guess that as far as I remember, there was a war, or I mean, what's it called? Let me think. I think there was a civil war in Spain during this time, but they are a major power, rank 9, but as you can see, they don't have a lot of battalions. They are not what they used to be. The GDP is okay-ish, I guess. Same goes for the population. Literacy is very low for a major power. Catholic Spanish, and it's a monarchy. Let me see if they are not holding any lands except for is Cuba. I don't know if Cuba is still a part of Spain here, but I think it's not. And I don't see anything lighting up, so Spain was not the big colonial empire anymore, even though they were one of the first who did start colonialism. Then we got Portugal, which holds its current day borders. They are 11th when it comes to be a major power. A pretty small army size. Same goes for the GDP and population. They are also not very literate. They're Catholic, Portuguese, and a monarchy ruled by Queen Maria de Braganza. Do they have any other lands? Yes, they do. They have lands over here, here, and here. And Brazil is a free nation, as you can see, which is at war with the Graupara. And here is also a war, and here is a war. So there are some current active wars. Let's take a look at Italy, which, as you can see, the Papal States. So the Pope is holding almost, I would say, if you consider this to be Italy and this, it's holding, I guess, 10 to 15% of all of Italy. And it's the Pope Gregorius Capillari. The government type is a papacy, ruled by a pope, of course. They are minor power. They have 7 battalions, a small GDP, pretty big population of 2.59 million, which is far more than now, I think, the population of current day Vatican City is a couple of hundred maybe. 26% literacy. They're Catholic with Italian cultures. We got Tuscany, which is ruled by a principality, Prince Leopold d'Habsburgo Toscana. We have Sardinia, Piedmont, which was actually pretty strong. Well, not when it comes to battalions, but they were a strong regional power when it comes to Italy. 21 battalions, 3.62 million population, Catholic, North Italian, and an absolute monarchy ruled by King Carlo Alberto di Savoia. We got Parma, but they're not worth mentioning, I guess, and we have Naples, to Sicilies, it was called, which is pretty unique of a name, and ruled by King Fernando di Borbone delle Due Sicilie, an absolute monarchy. Well, they have 30 battalions, and wait, they had 21. Okay, so I guess two Sicilies were also very strong with a nice population of 7 million. Pretty illiterate in 19th when it comes to being a minor power. That's Italy. Let's go. Well, Africa. These were all, separate nations, uncolonized yet. But there would be a scramble for Africa in which they would be taken over by, England, France, Belgium, Germany, and that is where the big slave trade and the scramble for Africa happened. In the north we have Morocco, which is decently strong. They're an unrecognized regional power, okay. They have a GDP of 873k, 3.24 population million, and 7.3 literacy. Let me take a random country over here to see the, literacy 0.9, 0.9, So, these nations were very poor with, I guess, decent sized populations. They were animist and mostly chiefdoms, I guess, yes. So these were all chiefdoms. Maybe Sokoto is worth mentioning. Pretty nice GDP. Nice amount of armies, but because they are, the literacy isn't that high. But these should be one of the strongest in Western Africa, I guess. They're Sunni Muslim. It's a caliphate. Let me see. Let's go further. Here we have Mascara. Okay. France held lands over here, and eventually they will hold everything over here. I don't know if they held Morocco, but I do know that they had Algeria, Tripolitana. Years later would be ruled by Italy. But now they are pretty weak, so I guess it's understandable. Sunni Maghrebi, and they are Vilayet government type. And were they something to the Ottomans? Yes, or let me see, Tripoli. I cannot see if they are or aren't anymore apart. No, I guess not. Egypt was actually pretty strong, ruled by Khalifa Muhammad Ali. And Muhammad Ali, maybe you know another Muhammad Ali, was, as far as I know, Egypt broke free from the Ottomans, who were actually at one point in history the strongest empire on earth. He has a pretty decent army, some ships, a GDP of 4.97 million, pretty large population, not really literate, Sunni Muslim, and the government type is a Khedivate, the government type where the power rests with the Khedivate. The government type adopts a hereditary transfer of power, so he is a Khedive, Muhammad Ali. a lot of lands from the Ottoman Empire here, as you can see, because in this timeline, as far as my memory goes, the Ottoman Empire was considered the sick man of Europe or something in that sense, because they were actually falling apart on all sides. Greece was already freed, and talking about Greece, let's have a look. They are very weak when it comes to the military. It's ruled by King Otto von Wittelsbach. Okay, that sounds... yeah, he's actually German. It is a monarchy. State religion is Orthodox and the primary culture is Greek. And a bit short of 1 million when it comes to the population. We have the Ottoman Empire, ruled by Sultan Mahmud Osmanoglu. They have a large army, decent GDP, and almost 20 million population. Literacy is low. But, as I said, because they are not, how should I say it, not so literate, even though they have a large army, someone who is more industrialized and further with the technology of weapons can crush 200,000 or 162 battalions with, let's say, for example, 80 battalions. Because if they are twice or 3 times as strong, it doesn't matter. The African nation who doesn't have any weapons can have a battalion of 500k, but if they come with sticks and stones, it's no match against cannons, boats, and other weapons. Egypt actually held Crete over here, and this was from the Ottoman Empire, Cyprus. We got Wallachia over here. Oh, sorry, my bad, Moldavia, which is still a nation, Orthodox Romanian, and a principality ruled by Prince Mikhail Sturza. Here we got, wait, what is this? Government, Baltic, I guess they are, Russia, they are a puppet of Russia. So Russia is the overlord of the Baltic governorates. Governor General Karl Magnus von der Palen. This all sounds German. Yeah, he is North German Protestant. Yeah, the world was pretty weird in this era. Pretty decent literacy. Same goes for current day Finland. I guess they are also in a personal union with Russia. Okay. Ruled by Tsar Nikolai Romanov. And 41% literacy. Okay. And I guess the same Tsar is also the ruler of Russia, of which the capital was St. Petersburg in this age. And of course the ruler Tsar Nikolai Romanov. And Romanov family, there was a big tragedy, I guess somewhere in the before or after the First World War, in which the Romanov dynasty was no more, actually. 206 battalions, 23.3 million GDP, a large population of 56.3 million. The literacy is very low, but they are ranked number 3 when it comes to being a great power. And it's a tsardom, which is basically empire. And Tsar is emperor. And I think Tsar also stems from the word Caesar. Here we got Circassia. What is this? Caucasian Imamate. Okay. Yeah, so is also Russian. Yep. So Alaska at one point was also Russian, but they sold it to the United States for pocket money because, as far as I remember, they were afraid of England basically attacking and taking the land for free, so they just sold it to the United States of America. And let me see, here we have some unknown names. Turkmenia, Kabul, so it looks like there wasn't a Afghanistan area of still something called Persia, and it's ruled, it's a Shahdom, so we got a Shah Mohammed Shah Qajar, if I pronounce that right, which is not really strong compared to, well, the only thing they would be afraid of or worried about is the Ottoman Empire, which has a far larger army, but nothing around them is something that they should be afraid of. But as you can see, this is almost, or are almost the borders of current day Iran. Here we go, wait, what is this? Bahrani Hormuz. Okay, so they hold a piece of land over there. And yeah, here we got Bahrain. Oops. Bahrain. It's a Hakimat. Okay. And here we have Hakim Muhammad Al Khalifa. No army. Low GDP. Well, yeah, oh my god, this is very low GDP. With a small population and low literacy. They are Sunni and Bedouin. It is almost impossible to imagine this is now a super rich country compared to their GDP 200 years ago. Unbelievable. Very nice. A very nice accomplishment. So I guess Yemen wasn't a thing at this timeline. We have Hejaz, which was ruled by Sharif Muhammad al-Hashimi. And at the First World War, they would actually attack the Ottoman Empire, and from that, Saudi Arabia would form. Here we have, let me see, Najd, ruled by Emir Faisal al Saud. And remember the name Saud because there's a reason Saudi Arabia has the name in this timeline. The population was okayish, very low GDP, and it's almost impossible to consider how rich they are now compared to back then. Crucial states, we got some other nations over here. India is basically fully taken over. This is the power block British Empire, yeah, so England basically almost ruled Calcutta. And this is Executive George Eden, a charter company. Jesus Christ, they were strong, 208k troops, 34.8 million GDP, and population of 110 million, and that's because of the all of the Indians living there, of course. We got, let me see, Dai Nam. Okay, I thought it was named Dai Viet, but it's Dai Nam. Let me see. Yeah, France and America would later on have a lot of problems in these lands. Decent battalion size, absolute monarchy, their confusion, Vietnamese. We got Siam, which is Thailand. As far as Bangkok, Thailand. Yeah, it's crazy to think about how far stronger and more literate the countries are in this current age. Oh yeah, what I forgot to say about the Netherlands is that they were, Dutch East Indies, one of the richest colonial, or how should I say it, trading nations or companies at that time, probably earlier in history, ruled by Governor General Jan Gerardin Bout. He is Dutch, but he has a French name. Okay. Current day Indonesia. Australia was ruled by England, and it was a crown colony. Governor Richard Bourke. Let me see. We got Joseon, which was Korea, and as you can see, one single nation. Not really strong. Population is okay, 16.2 million. Not really literate and a low GDP, ruled by King Huan Yi. We have King, Great King, or Jing, I don't know exactly how to pronounce it. But basically China or Great King was not strong in this period. I don't know what the thing will say. Yeah, a lot of battalions. It's an absolute empire. They are rank 12, unrecognized major power. But there would be no match for the Western Europeans, and there would be opium wars and other wars which would greatly ruin the Chinese empire for the next couple of 100 years. Here we have Macau, which is ruled by Portugal. But Japanese shogunate in Kyoto. There were 13th of the unrecognized major powers with 100 battalions. Decent GDP, I guess. 31 million population. 55% literate. This is a very nice number and high compared to other Asian countries. Wait, what was the population? 366 million. Wow. That's like more than there was in Europe alone. With all countries combined, I guess. Here we got the Philippines. So Spain did. It was a colony of Spain still. Okay, good to know. Let's take a look. Denmark, these lands also. Let's take a look at this conflict. What is this? Yanmu versus Ladakh. Never heard of it, I guess. Let's start from the south. What current day Argentina is. At least here we have Argentina. Not really strong, decent population, not too literate, and it's a presidential dictatorship. Let me see, okay. Mapuche, what is Mapuche? Chieftain, okay, animist. So I guess these nations that don't have a color are all like uncolonized nations or chiefdoms, and Argentina would actually go and take over here everything. And the Falkland Islands remain British. There was a war between Argentina and Rio Grande Republic, which went to war with Brazil, and I bet you they lost the war. We have Paraguay, we have Bolivia, pretty large actually, North Peru, South Peru, Chile. Okay, Brazil, 18 battalions, Emperor Pedro de Braganza. Okay, major power rank, okay, nice. But I think they have nothing to do with Portugal anymore. It's a constitutional empire. They're Catholic Brazilian. They have 18 battalions, so I don't know what makes them number 8 on the great power rank. Let me see the war against Graupará, and they have 12 battalions. They have 18 and they have 9. So 21 against 18. But yeah, I can tell you, if I can believe our current borders, Brazil won these wars. Here we still have Dutch Guyana and French Guyana. But Dutch Guyana is actually Suriname in our current timeline. We got Venezuela and New Granada, which is Colombia in our current age. They're a minor power, 18, yeah, a republic, and Venezuela is presidential oligarchy, Catholic. We got Central America, okay. Nothing special here, republic, because look at how huge Mexico was. Like, I think the current borders of Mexico are like, wait, what are the current borders of Mexico? I think somewhere along these lines over here, right? And this is what they lost to the United States, or at least the current day California also. So they were, no, they, what? Okay, they're a minor power, 9 battalions, okay, here's GDP, population, low literacy, they're a junta, and they are ruled by General Miguel Barragan, and they were at war, and are in this timeline from Army 6 or Army 5, they are at war with Texas, Austin, Texas. And Texas was actually independent from the United States, and they broke off of Mexico. It's a republic ruled by President David Burnett. They are Protestant, and culture is Dixie. Okay, never heard of it, Dixie culture. And last but absolutely not least, well, what do we see here? Okay, I think these are chieftain. Okay, so these are Native Americans that were pretty much surrounded in Florida by the United States, with no army or GDP and a low population. It says they are, well, the state religion is Protestant, but I cannot believe that this guy would be, or maybe it was. Well, as I said, last but not least, the United States of America, with not that many battalions, great power, number 4. So I guess this is the first time I got this game just to be able to show you the map in this timeline. But there is something which I don't see that makes them, that calculates someone being a great power. is Yankee and Dixie, and it's a republic ruled by President Andrew Jackson. Well guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. I hope you liked it. I hope you fell asleep. And as always, have a good night and a good life. I wish you all the best. Bye bye. Through this way, I would like to give a special thanks to Phil at Excelsior7, Dominic Vane, Rob, Denise, Antox, Sam B, Sillard Jacob, and Noah